window. And he's not the only governor. A lot of the public politicians, the political class, unapata sasa hizi ukiangalia my insurance zao ni kama 20 million covered with the biggest private providers. Msi unajua wapatangi accident karibu na Nairobi hospital. Wanapatanga accident huko mashinani. Thika highway, Mombasa highway, huko. Alafu where do they land? They land in Makueni County Hospital. Makueni County Hospital important parts of your system. You know, you don't start breathing from your lungs. You start breathing from the cardiorespiratory centers in your brain. So ikianza kufura ile inaweza crash very important centers na udai. Unaambiwa manze daktari tuliweka requisition ya monitor haijai baiwa. Emergency. You know, trauma response. Munaingia hosi wasi wamepata accident mnapata tumewekea mabox. Mabox ndio zishikilie bone at least. Because your bone inafaa when someone has gotten an accident, you know, when you've reduced the bone, it's supposed to stay intact. Ukiatilia inaweza enda idunge blood vessel, idunge nerve, even ikate nerve and everything. So one, it's very important for it to remain stable. A fractured bone must remain stable until it's managed surgically, for example, if it's a compound fracture. Compound inamaanisha imevunjika mpaka imetoka huko nje, unaona manyama na mablood na mabones.
So doc, unasema ulafi yao inawakuta tu eventually.
Mumesahau COVID millionaires. Mumesahau COVID millionaires.
Yes.
Kuna wasiembaka wa leo KEMSA. Kesi tu inaendelea lakini wasene mamilionea. As in audit ilifanyika, people were found culpable. Wasi bado wako tu. Na baadhi wako kwa hii gava. That's the most unfortunate thing. Wako kwa hii gava. Anyway, Ulida, bonga.
Dr. Bosire, Joely, Pipita, everyone, hi. I've just joined. I've just joined the space. Personal experiences. Nimesumbuliwa from time to time when I go to the hospital, to the point where I just gave up on having this public, this NHIF, and now Shif has Kujad. I've never bothered, so I have personal insurance. But at the end of the day, I am not tone deaf to the fact that not everybody can afford to do something like that, and it is utterly, it would be impractical to expect that we can all get private insurance. And at the end of the day, some of these things that we buy so expensively in private hospitals are things that we should be able to get from public institutions. But yeah, I have had a relative, my dad had cancer, NHIF paid peanuts basically. So we had to get everything else from our pockets. And the only reason we are not bankrupt as a family now is because he passed. Not because it's because he passed. It would have happened. He passed within 2 months after diagnosis. And even in those 2 months, the comfort that he had was provided by a private doctor, because we went to a public institution, tumeishi kutengenezewa huko PGH Nyeri, and we couldn't get help. There was no, the doctors are run down. There was no one was capable of handling his case. So immediately we had to appeal to a private doctor. And those 2 months, he would have had a hellish experience, because the patients that we left there at PGH, they were suffering. They were suffering terribly, and they just couldn't afford to do what we did. And even we were going to eventually run out of money. We would have ended up selling spoons if we had to, but it's because he passed that we stopped spending and taking loans for his treatment. So I understand almost everyone has been touched by something like this. Now I want you to write maybe down some questions that I have, and then maybe you can tell me if you've I think it was called the Abdul Kadir report, was to reduce the number of state agencies in the country because they are not productive. They are not productive sectors. When there are so many and they are guaranteed money by the government, they take up about a third of the total budget, about between 25 and 28%, coming to about $1 trillion state agencies, and most of them, the majority of them, have severe duplication of roles. So I don't know whether you answered that. I would also want to know what your opinion is. Do we need Shif, SHA, and all these other funds, or can we just work with NHIF? I've heard someone saying NHIF was better. It needed only to be tweaked a little bit and fixed, but we did not need to get rid of it to begin with. Question number 3, should healthcare go back to the national government? I feel as though there's been even more chaos since healthcare was devolved, because devolving healthcare is devolving too many moving parts. You have personnel, you have the pharmacological departments, that is the medicines, and you have the equipment and machinery. Those are 3 large aspects of health. I feel when now they're devolved into the 47 counties, you just create too many loopholes and too many moving parts, and corruption and mismanagement just find easy ways to infiltrate such a critical sector. Number 4, how the administrative and bureaucratic part of healthcare, because Kenya is very well equipped in terms of doctors, personnel, and highly educated health practitioners. The part about health that is difficult to understand why it is behaving the way that it is the administrative arm of health and the bureaucracy that surrounds it. Someone mentioned the interference by government officials who have huge stake in the healthcare industry, especially through insurance companies, because that's the only thing that makes for so many insurance companies to come up with all manner of bureaucratic bottlenecks so that they can milk money from individuals who have to basically be in hospital because they are sick. And health is one of those sectors that are very critical to productivity and the economy. So it seems that we have people not just incompetent but almost malevolent. They're just sharks. They want to eat where they can eat, and the infiltration of this kind of individual into the health sector is why we are finding the Shif and SHA and emergency and chronic illnesses fund and things like that coming into play in a country where NHIF has run so beautifully for so long. It did not need much. What I'm trying to say is we have the health aspect and we have administrators. We keep coming back to it is the supreme law. Dr. Bosire and the other medical practitioners here, I would ask, at what point do doctors simply down their agitation and their activism around what is going on and simply take the matter to court? Take these matters to court, because at the end of the day, the Constitution goes over and above even declarations and laws made by Parliament and declarations made by the President. At what point do we attack the country's issues as a whole through the judiciary, which, let us call a spade a spade? The Kenya judiciary is fairly, it's one of the better institutions in this country. So going over and above some of these many of these administrative matters are very easily challengeable in court. And while the court cannot make laws, it can strike off some of these bylaws and almost ad hoc laws that are being created day in, day out to create this kind of chaos that we are seeing in the industry. Another question I have, stop me, Peter, if I'm going well overboard. The TSC. Let me stop for a moment.
Yeah, take a break. Your questions are too many. Your questions are too explained, self-explanatory. Dr. Bosire.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Let me start from the question around. The court cases. Already there is an ongoing court case. And a couple of things have been raised in that court case. The first, from hunger, among other provisions with people to pay before you access. So shifting the role of the government to the payer, which is completely in around the right to privacy, a constitutional right, and they're not very explicit around what are you doing with this data, how are you going to manage this data, how are you ensuring Kenyans are protected. That's very important. Hulida, you came after I spoke about a couple of things. One of the things I talked about, again, these regulatory bodies, yani nimefungwa saizi, if you look at the Social Health Insurance Act, there's establishment of the Social Health Authority, which is all of them. Totally a waste of time. And you're asking about issues around administration of healthcare and bureaucracy, particularly administration of healthcare. Unfortunately, the PS and the
Just
CS
a moment,
related.
Dr. Bosire. Just a moment.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking.
Was around emergency care, mandatory.
I'm talking about that were proposed in the Kadir report. They proposed getting rid of up to 248 state agencies, something that has not been done. Now, the creation of population means at the end of the day, the biggest issue with health is the money. At the end of the day, it boils down to the money. And when the money is subdivided to as many people as possible in terms of state agencies and insurance agencies, now that creates the bottlenecks where people cannot access healthcare. It flouts the constitution, which is supreme law, over and above even the laws and acts that are passed in parliament, isn't it? They can be struck off. So at what point do doctors go above and beyond even the KMPDU if they are unable to do this, or if they are biting their fingers about what to do? When do doctors, because it does not take any institution like KMPDU or KMPDC to go to court and challenge the constitutionality of these moves. It takes just a doctor, a petition, to go to Katiba Institute and to go to court, to the Supreme Court, and say, this cannot continue to happen. All this need to first be taken off. We need to go back to NHIF because it consolidates the fund.
To also remember that the austerity measures that President Ruto spoke about, they are not anchored on any law. Right? If they're not anchored in any law, in terms of protection of Kenyans. So truly that's the only called austerity measures.
Yes.
So that then we have a reason there. We can
and this is what Shift and wants to cure. cure, because on one hand you have a right to privacy, and all of a sudden all this biodata that chronic disease, I find it hard to reconcile why I need to give you that data when I'm not being used. It's not being used for research. It's not being used for anything. So as a practitioner, what do you see as the essence of this Digital Health Act and the agency as well? Because I've looked at the Enabling Act and its objectives, and really it does not really outline exactly what it seeks to achieve. And then number 3, in terms of the messaging now, because not all of us are doctors, and we are in a period where we want to raise social awareness about every sector. So in terms of the messaging from medical practitioners, even online, and even in your advocacy in MOH, I think it can be a bit better, so that even as we're pushing for reforms in every sector, I need to be able to sort of conceptualize, even at an average level as a layperson, this is what NHIF, this is why Shif is wrong, this is why the digital health insurance is wrong, about the caps that you've already mentioned in every sector, that all of a sudden there are caps to emergency, and I've seen there's a distinction between social health insurance fund and emergency chronic and something else fund. And this is the first time that I'm hearing of such a distinction from the Social Health Insurance and Fund Act. Yeah. So in terms of the messaging, I think if you talk to your people, so that even as we are occupying MOH, I should be able to authenticate with a degree of clarity that this is where the problem is, and this is why we need to call these things out. And then finally, I think the problem that goes to every sector, and I feel like from the conversation today, it's a problem that the health sector faces, is you have, and I'm an advocate myself, and I was trying to file a petition against the finance bill. I'm still on the lookout, because once the days lapses and then automatically becomes operational, I'm still going to file that petition. One of the problems I encountered when I went through KRA's records was that I found, and this is a 2021 paper that KRA itself made, they say that the tax base in the country is about 5 million people. So you have a 5 million people who pay taxes to fund a 54 million people economy. And this is where the problem is, and this is where I think the government is taking too much time to understand, because that was 2021. So 2024, we can say it's about 7 million. There's a slight growth on that. But the problem is now this middle class that you're taxing, because tax base does not mean that it's only 7 million people who are working or earning money. Just means these are 7 million people that the government can access. So all these other guys are off the radar. These are informal workers or business persons who don't have a KRA pin, or just all this man of people. And I think tax administration is where the problem is. And this is where I discern the problem again with Shif, because if 7 million people are paying for the insurance, the health insurance of 58 million people, then automatically that's where we are falling into this brick walls, because all of a sudden you have to cap chronic diseases to a certain amount, because clearly what the government is saying, you guys are not contributing enough to sort out this mess that you're in. So I think the idea is to broaden the base that is contributing to some of these funds. And I really do not see how changing from NHIF to Shif solves that problem. For me, it just seems very mischievous. I do not understand why we have to overhaul an entire regime, because the justification from the Act, this is just purely from the Act. They say they're trying to reach out to more vulnerable people who are not in the database before. And I don't think overhauling a system really achieves that. So yeah, that's a thing we need to talk about. But asante sana for both Pipita and Dr. Busire for the chance. Now I look forward to hearing your responses. Shukran.
Asante sana wakili. So if I've just opened the Digital Health Act 15 of 2023, and I'm looking at the objects of the act, and I'm going to explain this and why it was important to have it, but also just look at the other side around duplication in terms of, if you look at the Data Protection Act, it says establishments So the objects of this act are A, establish the digital health agency, maintain a comprehensive integrated health information systems, which we need in this country, promote innovation, safe, efficient, and effective utilization of technology in healthcare. I talked about the 6 building blocks, and I mentioned technology being one of the building blocks, very critical in healthcare, because I mean, one of the things that this country experiences is inequitable access to healthcare. So if there are means and ways in which we can tap into technology, then that means, or innovation, that means that we can reach the last mile. We can reach the populations who cannot be reached regularly. Right now, you're seeing what drones are doing in terms of moving commodities to sub-counties. You can see what they're doing in blood, transporting bloods to areas very quickly, you know, where they're needed in terms of emergency care. So I see the role here. It also talks about development of a framework of e-health ecosystem for data lifecycle. This is very important because healthcare handles a lot of data, you know, and we do not know, as you said, where this data goes, what happens to this data, how this data even informs. Well, there are areas, I mean, I will not lie to you, the government has actually, through the DHIS, used this data to be able to inform its decisions around for example, top 10 disease condition in this country, looking at trends of diseases, non-communicable, communicable diseases, and seeing where is it that we need to put the little resources that we have to efficiently and effectively reach everyone. But there's part E that talks about, subsection E, that talks about provide for privacy, confidentiality, and security of health data. That is a problem, you know, that a lot of us are having. The other day, KRA decided that everyone is going to register on e-Teams, and it actually came for doctors. And one of the things that we kept asking is they're telling us to provide all the data, all of it 100%. Uko na kisonono. I'm just using kisonono because, I mean, it's the one that came to my mouth. You have gonorrhea, what we gave you for gonorrhea, and how much it costed, you know. Alafu unajua gonorrhea si ati ugonjwa ingine ya happiness, you know. We have to do contact tracing. Nani mademu wako, nani machali wako, nani who are your partners, you know. And so gava inatuambia KRA lazima iko na hiyo data. Of what use is your gonorrheal disease to KRA? You know, because they have to, you know, so that they see they're tracking how much money I mean, in terms of accessing a tax. So the other thing they're supposed to do is develop standards for provision of mHealth, telemedicine, and e-learning. This is so important. I say this because in the beginning I was involved in some of these conversations because we were seeing transnational telemedicine provision in the country that were not regulated. We are regulated by statutory bodies, for example, as doctors KMPDC, as pharmacists PPB, as lab techs, they also have as nurses, you know, we are all regulated, you know. And so if somebody is coming into our market and providing care, and we are not, if you have an adverse reaction, or you lose money, or there's negligence, I mean, how are we supposed to protect you? So this is a very important provision around that. And then regulation of framework of around e-waste management, that's very important, around greening, and provision of safe and secure transfer of personal identified health data, client medical records, and from health facilities within the outside of Kenya. So I also look at the objects of the Data Protection Act of 2019, literally a repetition. It's only that it doesn't have the word health. And so my question is, because if you're going to have a statutory body, then it actually must have an agency that manages it. And so the agency now is that the one that Ruto appointed, the former chairperson of Amaco, to actually lead it. So you see, he's going to have a lot of data. You think about it. This is somebody from private sector who's coming in, who's going to access all this data, all your data. Man, that data can be done for so much. One of the first things is selling it for interest purposes. People in IT, you know what you do with big data, right? That's the first thing that you have to think about. The other thing you have to think about is breach. You know, people have used not bioterrorism. I don't know, you call it computer terrorism around people's data. I mean, there are all those things. You know, I'm not an IT person, but I can just think about the number of the million things that somebody who has access to such data can do in terms of private sector. So, I mean, I find it a conflict of interest that somebody, not conflict of interest directly, but, well, it is actually perceived, because this is a person who managed an insurance collapse that was affiliated to the then deputy president, the current president, coming into a very a big function around managing the data for 50 million people, the health data. If all of us would be sick or for one reason or the other and would access healthcare. So that I totally agree with you. Then you asked a question around why we have all these many things. You know, with your NHIF, you have a fracture, you would be treated. You want emergency care. You know, emergency care, that means it must be provided there and then. Shif is saying if you're not registered in everything, you cannot access. It's actually mandatory, you know. So NHIF did not care about that. You go to facilities and you know about the 18 hours documentary that was done and the litigation around emergency care. There are two very important jurisprudence that our court have created. One of them was around the young man who went from hospital to hospital in KNH. I need to find the case law. And the other one is the JMM case around post-abortal care. And I mean, every single person who was in that line was found culpable and responsible around saving a life at emergency because they gave one excuse or the other one.
Ethnicity, you know, the factions you are dealing with, be very good at organizing politics on the basis of ethnicity and the monetization, and also they know they have the backing of foreign interests. So those are some of the things you have to, to watch out. Watch out that narrative. People coming to say, "Oh well, just work with this faction." Uh, the dialogue we are being invited. One of the constitution, that is the deployment of the military under that particular section, article and a paragraph. I think that in fact the paragraphs, they use the wrong paragraph, all right, okay, because and even the ones they try to use, we didn't have an emergency or disaster, okay, in the country. Constitutional mass action under 37, Article 37 of the Constitution cannot be called an emergency or a disaster. Nor can it, the other C, that paragraph C that Kashoka was talking about Parliament, giving approval. It also says that the military may be deployed to restore peace in any part of Kenya affected by unrest or instability, but only with the approval of the National Assembly. I don't agree that the mass action that were constitutional and that invoked the Constitution and the rule of law can be described as unrest or even instability. I think this one is like when you have some areas, and I think you have some areas in the Rift Valley where there are such deployments. But what was happening, in the last few weeks was not unrest or instability. It was peaceful. It was young people expressing their anger constitutionally. exercising their freedom of expression, assembly, movement. So, in my opinion, what we are being prepared for is a declaration of state of emergency, which is under 58, Article 58 of the, of the 58 of the Constitution. And that, when you look at that, provision, I think it's 58. Yes, it is. That it's the president, okay, who declares it, that, state of emergency. And of course, it lasts for 14 days. Then it can be extended by Parliament for, 2 months. And also, it's subject to prepared for it. But even if there is that declaration, as I was said, the conditions are also pretty strict in terms of the timelines, in terms of the challenge. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much, for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Dr. And yes, just a comment and some few questions before I open now the floor to everyone to just ask questions. Dr. Miguna mentioned not having knowledge or no, having to be really just, not, having knowledge beforehand about the armory, and was suggesting that it would be difficult for the average population to know where this is, and so there were comments around, or concerns, that even the parliament, when the demonstrators say they were going to occupy it, that it was indeed understaffed, and of course this is the government to come out and say something about it, but there is an impression that probably the police were not really well prepared or did not want to. So it was more of, it could be also just a setup. And there's also some news that was going on about the CCTV of the parliament not being found. So these are all information that are really causing anxiety in the population when they think, okay, is there something being hidden? So probably it would be good for people, for the concerned, or the people who have the mandate, to also really inform the citizens, so that citizens do not need to have suspicions. So the question I have for you, so regarding the deployment of the military, as we saw, okay, in your opinion, you say what happened is not exactly an arrest or instability, and we saw that the approval was from the parliament was actually retrieved after, which was not in line with it. And so what can we do about it at this point? Are the citizens just going to wait for it to take the course that it's taking, or is there a way of actually retrieving it back so that we don't have the military deployment on the side, because that is also causing anxiety in the population. If you can answer to that, then the second question, I see your miking speak. The second question is yesterday the ruling party and the opposition decided that they're going to form a government of national unity. Does the ruling party legally still have the mandate to do that? Over to you, Dr. Ray. The two questions.
Yeah, I think I tried to explain the article, this article 241, that was used, and you have already said that even the so-called approval they got was what we call retrospective. They didn't go to Parliament under that particular paragraph before they did what they did. And I was just arguing that there is no way what was happening could be described as emergency or disaster or unrest or instability. It was a constitutional expression, by the young people, and they actually, used the supreme law to make those demands. Okay, so they have to be praised for doing that. Okay, and as to about the armory that you raised, it's not even a matter of our concern. It's blatant lies. Okay, blatant lies that the people who are so peaceful, were also raiding an armory, in Parliament, and they were preparing for a coup d'etat. Okay, it's Kibaki who used to say, and I think he said that, and everybody remembers what he said when his election, 1988, when he was winning during the Q elections, and the presiding officer in Madhio, in Odhaya, wanted actually to declare the person who was losing the winner. And Kibaki told the presiding officer, my friend, even rigging elections requires intelligence, and you don't seem to have any intelligence. Those lies that are being told about the Gen Z are lies, and they are lies that are being told by people who are not intelligent. Okay, they are utilitarian. And I think the regime will keep on lying and lying until you accept lies, as truth, and that would be my position. And I think Miguna also had a brilliant case about it. He asked brilliant questions about it. Okay, what has happened? And those questions he was asking, anchoring them, on the state's responsibility to protect our lives and property. Okay, why haven't they investigated? Okay, so I think that would be my position. This invocation of 241, in my view, as I said, is to prepare us, so to test the waters, as we said, to see how we would react, to the deployment of the military. And I've already explained that if that happens, we should be prepared to challenge it. Because the only way I can see in the old days, of course, a state of emergency would be declared and there were no limitations and there were no constraints. So, and then people will be basically intimidated that way. And all states want to create fear. Okay, so as we go forward, we should remember what Comrade Julius Wajira has always said. You know, you lose your fear, they lose their power. Okay, so you know that will actually be our position, and we need to explain it to Gen Z. We'll have to explain it to parents, friends, everybody, that there will be challenges at some point. As I've said, they might challenge their movement on the basis of ethnicity. We have heard this, oh, this is Akiku, this, or this is this, or these people, whatever. And I've seen also that the ethnic militias that were on parade in Eldoret. Those are the kind of things that, we should pay attention to. And I just wanted to end by, reminding people who remember the demonstrations that were taking place in the world, Paris, Seattle. There was a guy, a young man in that demonstration, and the Gen Z have really been fantastic in their placards and slogans and their demands, and they have also been fantastic in their humor. So this guy was demonstrating, had a T-shirt where he was basically telling the ruling elite in the world that at that point the population of the world was 6 billion. And he said, you're just 60,000, I think he said, but we are 6 billion. Okay, and I think that's the position Meguna was making, that popular uprisings and where people are involved, all people are involved, and they are peaceful, they are unstoppable. And so I wanted to end on that note in answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for your response. Kingsman, please take a go, and then we open the session for Q&A.
I think mine was just an addition to what Dr. Dr. Mutunga has touched on, and what also Dr. Meguna spoke about. Mine was just on the utterances of one of members of parliament who was overheard in some local stations talking about that if he was in charge of this country, or if he was the president by now, he should have killed as many Gen Zs as possible by killing at least 5,000 Gen Zs a day. And as we are speaking as of now, no action has been taken against him. And as the Dr. was saying, these things that they are mentioning, I don't know, they have an armory in parliament. Is it that they are preparing us for something that we don't know? Dr. Miguna, back to you.
Oh, thank you, Kingsman. I think we are going to open the floor for all the other comments. But maybe Ruto was just trying to scare people. Maybe, some of these people are cowards. It's possible that there is even no armory at Parliament. I mean, why would there be an armory in Parliament? I didn't know about it. That was the first time I was hearing about it. Parliament is not a military installation. So you would have police officers that are guarding it, but an armory, that's a new word. It could be that in order to instill fear on Kenyans and the Gen Zs and millennials, for example, he wanted to lie to say that there is an armory so that people think that, well, we don't go back there because they could slaughter all of us. And of course, now you make the statement, you remind us of Farah Maalim, the MP for Dada, who basically said that he would commit mass murder at an industrial scale if he was president. I mean, this is done in the midst of the protests. And after so many people have lost their lives, so many people have been abducted, and some are still missing. He says this. And he says this without any kind of uproar. No condemnation from his fellow legislators. No condemnation from Ruto himself. Actually, significantly, no condemnation from Raila Odinga and the ODM leadership. Like, this is unbelievable. And of course, he hasn't been apprehended. If for nothing else, if Ruto was intelligent and had emotional intelligence, he would have done and said something. What I get from all this is that we actually give these people more credit than they deserve. These guys are not intelligent at all. These guys actually have no clue how to manage even a chicken coop. Ruto is supposed to be a chicken seller and probably a chicken grower, or what do you call somebody who rears chicken? But he does not have the intelligence of chicken. Even chicken would know that you don't do that. That after this attack that his goons have had on the people, you don't go there and have your people threatening them. You did a protest, I killed some of you, I will kill more, and there is nowhere I'm going. I think that this kind of arrogant Gen Zs through huge some of us are of the generation of those men. Most of those men, except Ruto and probably Kingi, are even of my generation. But they were all men, old men, very old men. And there is nothing about, I'm not complaining about their age, but I'm saying, can you imagine having a meeting at Kenyatta International Conference Center about the crisis that has been brought by popular protest of very young people, teenagers mostly, and you don't have even one Gen Z and one millennial amongst you, and you don't have a woman, not one woman? Like, he has women in his cabinet. He has women in the bureaucracy. He has PSS and whatnot. He has women in his administration. But he couldn't think of one single woman that could attend that gathering. They couldn't think of any youth, even the ones they have bought, even the most useless like Itumbi. They couldn't have that. They couldn't even have Otero that they bought the other day. They couldn't have Alai. They couldn't have any of these people. Of course, Alai is not a youth, but I mean, They couldn't have anybody that looks young. That's the kind of arrogance that you have. That you
Even
can act.
even Karen Nyamu Daktari, continue.
Correct. They couldn't even have kind of tone deafness.
For that chair was in the mix of this. 6 months later, some deal was done between Ruto, the Djibouti guy, president of Djibouti. We've seen Ruto giving Djibouti a free visa and as a competitor as well for that chairmanship seat. And then Fawzia was told to step down by the president of Somalia when she asked why. And this is after doing their campaign 8 months down the line, 7-8 months down the line. Fawzia is told, remember, Djibouti came into the mix 6 months after Raila and Fawzia of Somalia. Now, Djibouti, currently the story has, and from the Fawzia herself, we hosted a space for her, said she was called by the president of Somalia and the prime minister, and she was told there is somebody else who we are leaving this seat for, so you need to step down. And she said, okay, but for what are the reasons? Are we exchanging something for our nation? In that order, I will step down, but give me a reasonable reason. I've put a lot of effort, time, money, campaigns. At this time, Fawzia was also backed up by the parliamentarian in Somalia. She had a full backing of the parliament. She had full backing of everybody when she was submitting her applications. When that happened, I will finish much. When that happened now, the reason Djibouti is coming into the mix is for this lady to step down, and then Djibouti does not have the person they've put into the competition does not have a chance against Ruto. So this way, against Odinga. So
Yeah,
this
thanks,
way,
thanks.
Ruto gets rid of
Thanks. I was going
Odinga.
to, you know, when you said Ruto the whole time, I was thinking, okay, what does she mean? But thanks for correcting that.
No,
Yes,
it's
thank you.
Odinga.
Yeah.
Yes, correction. Yeah. So, so this way, the guy from Djibouti does not have a chance of winning the seat against Raila. So this thing is being cooked from a lot of aspects. For those who don't know, it's not only within Kenya that Ruto is told to step out to vie for this chairmanship, but it's gone to the extent of asking a Somalian candidate to step down who had a very good chance. Remember, this seat, actually, it's over how many years that a woman has not sit on that. So she looked a lot favorable for a lot of countries. And when they saw that threat, and Ruto wants to make sure that Raila gets to that chair and he's out of his way and out of his neck. So they approached Djibouti. And now, as we speak, the lady from Somalia, her president has refused to give her the endorsement letter. So that means he is going to be out of the contest. And this to guarantee a chairmanship for Ruto, for Raila. So Ruto is going to a lot of extent. It looks like Ruto and Raila are now, I think, Dr. You've been vindicated. They are all in the same bed. They're all in the same group, and they're going to even far countries out of Somalia to make sure, out of Kenya, to make sure Ruto goes to the AU. And there's a lot more that they're cooking for the AU and within those chair. It's not just Ruto, Raila to be on that seat, but there is more that they need to cook up. So I think this gang, they're far deep. They're far dangerous than we think. They're more connected than we think. And there is a lot much worse that they're doing, even outside Kenya.
I think I'll give, Dr. has raised his hand. He
This seat is irrelevant, and it is irrelevant to Kenyans, and it is useless. I have described it as equivalent to the Luo Council of Elders. It amounts to nothing with no power, so it's irrelevant. And number two, what happened yesterday was actually a very good thing. Many people would agree with me that having all this organized mafia, the cartels and the conmen in one basket is an excellent thing, because now it has sorted out all these kind of shenanigans. Kenyans can see who their enemies are. I've been talking about this thing for years, more than 10 years. And I think that Ruto has actually solved our problem, Ruto and Raila, by getting into one. You see, when Raila got into bed with Kenyatta, they left Ruto outside and they were conspiring against him and fighting him. So that way, the elite were fractured and they were confusing Kenyans through that fracture. Now they are all in one basket and we need to bury them all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. For that. Yes, just 1 minute to that. Ideally, if we do not have the corruption that we have in the country, I would expect the President of the Republic to be street smart. That means that even if they're knocking out Somalia interest of Kenya, that will be okay if they're doing it in a legal way. That's just belongs to the street smartness of what one would expect of a president. And I wouldn't have issues with them because other countries also protect their interests. It's only us who are not used to putting our interest first. So the chess they're playing there, of course, they're playing it under different circumstances. But if all factors were in order, I actually want to have a president who's street smart and knows how to put the interest of Kenya out there. Ndolo, then Nelson and Joel.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Dr. Miguna and Dr. William Tunga, thank you very much for the conversation and for holding the spirit of patriotism and for being there even when people didn't believe you. Mine is a question of the general system in Kenya. I come from engineering background, and we have so many things, and you can see right now even engineers are agitating to occupy Engineers Board of Kenya. There is, I can give an example. In 2018, we had what is called the engineers rules of 20. It was by then it was a draft 2018, and they asked for comments, and comments were given. I remember we submitted comments. I myself wrote in the comment and submitted as a group. And unfortunately, when the rules were gazetted in the Kenya Gazette, we did not have the comments taken into consideration. Now, this has caused a lot of problems. Now, this is just an example that most of the public participation processes in the country are just a show. In the end, just to show that we as an institution, we have gone through the public participation process. However, the real concerns of the people are never taken into consideration. This could be a problem in all systems, all the way from mashinani up to the national. And we saw it during the finance bill, where last year actually was even worse when they passed the and the rest. So this mtadu, I think in the Luo culture where you come from, this otadanis, how do we go against it? How do we go through this otada system? Thank you.
Thanks. That's taken. Joel and then Nelson. And because we have a lot of speakers, Tony, I see you. Take that before Joel goes. Go on, Tony.
Yeah, very briefly. I wanted to just tell Joel, remember, people get the leaders they deserve. We are concentrating, yes, on the Raila and Ruto issues, but remember, right from the MCA to the MPs, we have elected very poorly as Kenyans. Because in the older days, you had Wangari Maathai, George Anyona, Tom Mboya, Shikuku. There has never been a lack of leadership within the parliamentary buildings and even within civil society. And that's one of the reasons, for example, when these goons tried to destroy the Jay-Z movement, this Sunday, there was a concert that showed peace and
thank you so much, Maj and Dr. Miguna, Dr. Mutunga, and Tony. We are really grateful for being here. Now, just a quick one in my 2 minutes. First of all, I'm interested in the word dialogue because it's gonna be prominent in this phase of this revolution. There'll come the politicians, the people in the swamp, because right now we are drowning the swamp. As Dr. Mutunga has mentioned it, we want to drown. These are Kanu orphans, as we saw yesterday. So at this point in time, we are not telling the government to use the approaches of the past, which really never worked. We are simply telling them to deal.
Am I the only one who is not hearing anyone?
I can hear him. Dr. Harry, kindly, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear him.
Okay, then just be patient. If you cannot hear the next speaker, then kindly leave and come back. Sometimes,
Okay.
yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah.
All right. All right.
Joel, kindly continue.
Okay, sorry about that, Dr. Miguna. So I was just saying that, right now it's not the time to use the past approaches in dealing with our problems. We are simply saying that to deal with corruption, to have good governance, to sack corrupt cabinet ministers or secretaries, to stop tribal appointments, bribery, and all that, this does not really need dialogue. And right now we have Raila, for example. In all my life, I've always voted for Raila. And from the 2007 general elections, that was a highly contested election, which resulted in significant post-election violence. But later, what happened? Raila chose dialogue at that time and most of us and some of his critics, argued that power sharing deal was more about political expediency and benefiting the political elites rather than addressing the root cause of the violence at that time, which, if I can remember, there were systematic issues about, rigging and all that. Then it came to 2013 elections where there was accusations that the push for dialogue was more about maintaining political relevance and positioning for the next general election, which was coming up in 2017. And then here we had 2017, the same thing. There was a handshake which really led to BBI, which was a political maneuver to consolidate power and to...
Joel?
Yes.
Just a moment. Kindly allow me to clarify that each speaker is going to speak for only 2 minutes. This is because we have a lot of speakers that are still requesting for the mic. So after one minute, I'm going to raise my hand. So for all the speakers who are following, who will speak after him. After 1 hour, after 1 minute, if you see my hand raised up, it means you have another minute to go. I know the 2 minutes are not enough, but please, for all the next speakers, try to really, organize your points so that you can put them across in 2 minutes, and then we'll have more people speaking. Back to you, Joel, as you land. Thank you.
Okay, as I land now, we realize, after all that, this is all about political expediency, consolidating power, and even marginalizing opposition voices. Right now, for me, I feel that is the aim of the political class. The KANU orphans, right now, they want to marginalize us. They want to silence the opposition voices. And, it's argued that really this serves their interests, the political elites, rather than addressing the needs of ordinary Kenyans. And as I wind up, there has been deaths, right now, Danzel Onyango Omondi, that was very painful. And the rest, and many others who haven't been mentioned, who haven't been heard. And at this time, the anger really should prick up to the bone, because many people, they're going to use this to silence people. They're going to use deaths. They're going to use abductions. They're going to kill people. And I would just want us to be encouraged by this and not to give up. I'll land there. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Joel. Over to Nelson. Daktari, can you now hear Nelson?
Hi, Dr. Miguna. Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can hear. I can hear.
Great. Continue, Nelson. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Marge. Thank you, Hillary, for this space, and thank you, Daktari, and every other speaker, CJ, Anthony Gashoka, and the rest. I have only 2 points to make. And the first point is, so I've been reading some memoirs of Black revolutionaries from different parts of the world. And there is one quote that has really stuck with me. And the quote goes, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. We are the generation he speaks of, and the power is within us." as it was in Fred Hampton, to provoke change and become leaders. So this was after the civil rights movement in the US. And this quote basically says that every generation has its mission, and we have the prerogative to either fulfill it or to betray it. We saw the multi-party fight and other generations that fought for their that fought for their mission and they won. And right now it's us, the Gen Zs and the millennials, and it's up to us to either fulfill this mission and to betray this mission. And this mission is actually the economic independence of our country, because far too long we have not been independent economically in our country. We've been having extractive institutions instead of inclusive institutions. My second point is what Dr. Miguna extensively explained, so history. But the angle I want to raise is that whenever tyrants face insurrections or uprising, they normally try to meet it with a lot of ruthless they use a lot of force, like we've seen how they killed people in very peaceful protests. And we can draw parallels in history, like from the French Revolution, which Dr. Meguna spoke about. What you need to understand is that when tyrants are faced with this kind of situations, they will always use brutal force to make people to fear, and so that they brought the army so that people can fear. The night before people were going to State House, they were sending people inboxes, paying people personally. So many people inboxed me from the government. They sent me messages telling me, oh, tell those people if you go to State House you will be killed. So they try to use these kind of mechanisms to survive, but it's all in history, and we can use history just to predict what they will do next. And so this is the French Revolution. They did the same. Muammar Gaddafi did the same. In Romania, same everywhere. There are so many examples. Even in Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe did the same exact thing to. Yes, Vanj.
You've gone past a minute. Yeah, you're not the third.
Okay.
Land. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So this was my 2 points, and I just want to encourage everyone to do not think that the revolution is dying out. This is just the beginning, and everything you're seeing is as per the script of revolution. And with time, we are going to conquer and to make our generation proud, because this is our mission, to bring economic independence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the previous speakers haven't posed direct questions to the guest speakers. So I'm inviting Eunice and Karani in that order. And so my question would be, of course, no dialogue, no retreat, no surrender. If you could, center your points to that topic. And if you have questions, then just feel free to shoot. 2 minutes each. Please be reminded that we should keep within the 2 minutes so that at least some more people get the time to speak. Eunice, over to you.
Hi, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Clear.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Miguna and Dr. Willie Mutunga and Tony and everyone here. Mine is, I am not a politician. I am just a business lady, and all of you who are in business, you know how difficult it is to do business in Kenya. And that's why I'm saying no surrender, and we cannot retreat. And this is my reason. You see, this government, or Ruto, is supported by 4 pillars. Number 1, he was able to put the MPs into his pocket. Number 2 has been the church. Number 3 has been the international community. And number 4 has been the, we can say he has the support of the police, maybe. And one thing that we had managed to do the last 2 weeks was scare the MPs, basically destroying that pillar. And I remember there's a week they could not even speak. And that's why I'm very angry that even, they have come back, they're able to speak with a lot of arrogance as though we don't mean anything. And I wish there's a way we could stop, especially the mainstream media, from giving them a platform. And we should not give them room to speak to us. They should go and speak and do the things that we are saying that they should do in parliament or wherever they meet. Number two, I can see they have, I hope they haven't started going to church, because we should not give them that platform. So my point is, let's keep the momentum. And I like the fact that we realize that you see, once we expose them to the international community and they cannot be able to support, or rather they will not get the support of the international community, definitely they are going to listen. When they talk about dialogue, is it what we saw yesterday? And I like what Miguna is asking. No woman, nothing, it's a shame, especially to the male gender and the old generation, to stand all of them, and they cannot even feel shame, and they even take photos to show us that, what, we can do whatever we want. So if we are going to get back our country, we cannot afford to give up, not at this moment. I see this as in 2002, when Kibaki came to power. I was in the university then, I'm a millennial, and we had so much hope, and we could see citizens arresting the police for bribery and all. And then over time, that momentum just fizzled out, and we've been on a road to, to downhill, back to the dark days and back to the, immoral society whereby nobody respects anyone. We don't value lives. We don't, we don't value what matters. So I think we should not give up, and especially deplatforming the MPs and the leaders. They should not speak to us until we see action. I don't know how that is going to happen, but I think it's our time. Mm-hmm. And what I like about this movement is that it's
Eunice,
not.
I'm going
yes?
to now drastically just stop you. Please, guys. Okay. When we are expecting also order from the leaders there, we should also have the order here. It's 2 minutes each, and so kindly land. Karani, please take note. So just a moment, Eunice, I'm giving you seconds back. When I raise my hand up to all the speakers, it means you have 1 minute more. So the orientation can be that you're looking at your watch. So when the clock turns to the next minute, then the time is over. And please just do prepare your points in a manner that you can put them across in 2 minutes. I know the 2 minutes is not enough, but we really need to. We have over 100 people still requesting. Eunice, land, and then we go to Karani.
Okay. So my point is, let's shame the behavior that we don't want to see, and let's deplatform, and especially the mainstream media should not give them platforms to speak.
Thank you so much, Eunice. Karani, go, and the 3 guest speakers, should you want to chime in anytime, just open the mic. Yeah, but after Karani, I think we're going to circle back to the 3 of you. Okay, Karani? Karani, can you hear me? And Kingsman, should you want to say something also, just feel free to open the mic. Karani cannot hear me. So let's go to Godfather and then KOT Son. Godfather, can you hear me? Okay. Dr. Miguna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So then the Godfather cannot hear. So KOT, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, Amaj, and I'm really happy to see Dr. Miguna here and Dr. Willy Mtunga. I like introducing myself with my official name. I'm Marvin Mabonga, and so I've ever had a conversation with Dr. Willy Mtunga on matters the Constitution when we were having a freedom fighters, the writers of the freedom fighters event at UN. So, as we have seen the events that have happened recently.
Just a moment. There's something.
So,
There's something in your background that producing some very, I don't know, sounds. Okay, now I cannot hear it. I don't know if it's connected to your phone or something like that.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
And can I go on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so following the recent activities that have happened, we've seen the president return the finance bill to the parliament, and of course, by doing this, then we really have the vote of no confidence. So I want to ask Dr. William Tunga a question, that can he explain the detailed process and legal requirements involved in the impeachment of a president following a vote of no confidence? Specifically, what are the steps from the initial motion to the final decision, and what roles do different branches or do different arms of the government play in this process? Apart from that, I know most of us are the youth who are championing for the freedom and rights of the fellow citizens in this nation. So we might have a general election, if not soon, then come 2027. I'd like to challenge my fellow Gen Z that when that time comes, we really need to see the change in this nation. So let us all come out in large numbers and contest for these seats, the members of parliament seats, senator seats, so that we can bring the change that we really need to see in this nation. Thank you so much, Maj.
Thanks. Dr. Mutunga, over to you with the question from the speaker, if you want to take that. No.
I've just picked up my pocket constitution to look at the issue, right?
Okay, then let me give you. Shall I give you some more minutes?
Yeah, just go on.
Okay.
I'll alert you once.
Great,
I'm
great. Because I know you're also preparing on other points, so that's all right. Okay. So now, the next speaker is Milton, and then Kenya, and then Degwa. 2 minutes each. Milton, if you cannot hear me, I'll give the mic to Mkenya. Mkenya, go.
Good evening, Maj. I hope I'm loud enough.
Yes, you audible. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to fire my questions straight to Dr. William Mutunga and Miguna, and also the other lawyers who are here. First, I would like to understand if we want to occupy State House. I would like to understand what measures we need to put forward, if letters need to be written in advance, and how such a step could be taken if we are going to march to State House. That's my question number one. And the other one is not a question per se, it's just to say that there is no dialogue and there is no point of dialogue, and at no point when this conversation started, we said we wanted a dialogue with anyone. So that's from my side much.
Great. That's really perfectly put in 1 minute. Thank you so much. Tony? Take a go, Tony. Yes.
Yes, one of the things I wanted actually to raise was the importance of this conversation we're having on X space, because part of the problem we are having in Kenya, and I'm answering why people are feeling fear of State House or fear of doing things, is because the media in Kenya is highly compromised. The largest media house in Kenya is Citizen TV Kenya, with more than 50% of the audiences in Kenya. The last couple of months, most of the citizen journalists have joined the government. Half of them are in State House. I mean, from Hussein Mohammed to others. Others then went and joined from Govin. She went to Parliament. You know, in terms of the accountability of journalism, in terms of telling the truth, is zero. I tell you why. Moses Kuria has been 27 times this year on Citizen TV as their main guest. This man called Atwoli, this Yvonne Okwara, it seems to, have a habit of bringing up the mainstayers of government. They are given not only opportunity, but no other voices are heard. And why Kenyans are flocking to X space is because we do not have an accountable media. Because the government is the one that pays all the advertising with all its friends. So they blackmail these media institutions. The reporters are all friends of the others, all working in government. There is a compromised media. And I have gone on record with Linus Kaikai. I took him on because he's younger than me in this business. And I asked him, what are you people doing? Because all these Finance Bill 2023, the Housing Act, and including the Finance Bill 2024 were all marketed and sold at Citizen TV. What is the role and the collapse of the media? What is the role and the collapse of parliament, individual parliamentarians? And that's why this Jay-Z issue of Kusalimia MPs has been very effective. Because whereas the leadership has failed, individual MPs have failed, but the media has failed more. I want to leave it there for now.
Thank you. And I would also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mkenya Daima. Do follow him. Reason is when we were pushing information that would save the lives. Doctor, I'm going to put you
Margie,
through.
can you hear? I can't
Yes.
hear you. I don't know if you're speaking, but I
I
can't hear
can
anything.
hear you now. Can you hear me? Let me inbox Hilary, please inbox Daktari to see if yeah. So the reason why I want to underline this is when we are tweeting to save the lives of Kenyans, there were many influencers that were being tagged to posts. Some of them were ignoring. That is the point where some of them were already bought, some of them not. But Mkenya Daima was one of the people who at all costs was always amplifying those tweets. So thank you so much, Mkenya, for that. Now, Dr. Miguna, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, great. I hope you also took the questions that are being channeled. Yes. Do you want to take a go? Yeah.
Yes, I did take the question that was asked of if we want to occupy State House,
yes.
Is there a requirement to send letters, blah, blah, blah. So this is my answer. If citizens want to take power, you're not going to give notice to the person you want to take power from. Giving notice to the person would be empowering him to organize himself so that he can arm killers to kill you. I am against giving notice when people want to go to State House, for example. That has to be a surprise. When the Sri Lankans went to State House in Sri Lanka, they didn't give notice to the president and the people that he was with. They just stormed it. So this is the beauty of having protests that are more than one day, because they organically evolve. So you don't have to say, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do. Giving that kind of notice and the route or the route you're going to take is actually dangerous. There is no legal requirement, actually, that notice has to be given to anyone. The only thing for notice is so that you allow the police to provide security. But as we know, the police in Kenya don't provide security to protesters. They harm them. So giving them notice means you're giving them notice to harm you. You don't need notice to protest on your own streets. You just need to go there. And if you decide to go there, say tomorrow, you just go there in large numbers and you approach State House. State House is actually public property. I'm amazed that Kenyans argue that it is a protected area. I think the citizens should feel that they have full power to do so. To visit Parliament and to go there and take the maze is the same power that allows you to go to State House. So legally, no, there is no requirement to give notice. And in any event, politically, strategically, it is dangerous to do so.
Thank you so much, Daktari. It's good that we're having this discussion because I'm actually one of the people who, there's a mic that's on. I'm actually one of the people who actually, when it comes to demonstration, of course, the rights are enshrined in the Constitution, but I'm actually one of the people who are against marching to State House. And my reasoning was, and in fact, this very upset a lot of people when I posted out there and say, do anything you want to do within the law, but just leave that house alone. Because I was looking at it from the point of view that actually the State House as it is, having the symbol that it has, the people who've lived there have just been there for 10 years, whatever years, and then they go. So looking at it from the point of view of a commander-in-chief of the defense force being in there, the moment the citizens are coming, and sometimes these demonstrations are also infiltrated, unfortunately, what role, because of course he also has his security there, isn't there a chance of escalation when actually his security wants to protect him and whisk him out? That was, Daktari, if you can clarify that.
Yeah, Maj, a lot of people don't understand that Ruto will be gone by the time people reach Serena Hotel. He would be gone by helicopter. He would not wait for people to reach State House. A lot of people don't understand that he may not even have been in town when there were demonstrations reaching Parliament. You don't know how cowardly these people are. But on top of that, it is disempowering to the people to tell them, to scare them away, to sell fear to them. Because all these revolutions we've been talking about, those places were also guarded. The French guarded their emperor. Guarded himself more than Ruto. Let's not sell fear to the people. Mugabe guarded himself. 1 million people cannot be shot on the streets. That would be suicide for Ruto. So let's not sell fear to our citizens. Our citizens have the power to take power that they donated to Ruto, and they can do that directly at State House. And I can assure you, once you have 1 million people marching to State House, there will be no shot fired. These police officers and the military will join the crowd. They will protest against Ruto. And Ruto will be gone before you can say hello. Will be gone before you can say hello.
When you look at the question of removal of the president on ground of incapacity, the Constitution provides that the National Assembly, supported by at least a quarter of all members, may move a motion for the investigation of the president's physical and mental capacity. if you look at the threshold of the process, we just need a quarter of the members of parliament to move this. Then the constitution further says that if it is supported by majority of all the members of the National Assembly. So the threshold is very, very clear and a threshold that can easily be achieved. Then it further says that upon the resolution of parliament, that resolution shall be passed over to the Chief Justice, who within 7 days will constitute a tribunal to investigate the health status of the president to govern. I believe if we can explore the possibility of using that particular tool, we may not be too far from getting hold of William Ruto. If you compare the process of the removal on ground of incapacity and you compare on removal on ground of impeachment, the impeachment provides that you require a third, at least a third of the members, and then to move the motion, and then you require at least two-thirds of the members to vote for the motion. So I believe these tools are some of the tools that can be explored in terms of trying to dislodge Ruto. Why? Because if we get out of the constitution, we may never ever get back to that particular route. Number two, Mr. William Ruto being rogue and being what he is, there is nothing that stops him from also saying but that because the citizens have now abrogated the constitution, that he may also resort to very extra constitutional means of trying to retain power. And that extra constitutional means may be a very bloody process because he'll be saying, I am in the office, I have the police, I have the army, I have the support. So he may also use very extra constitutional means. That is why, in my view, yes.
Wakili, can you land?
Well, I think those are some of the proposals I would perhaps be making. As I land on the question of the mainstream media, we need to boycott them so that they may rally behind the movement of the people. Number three, as I sum up, we must dislodge the current political status quo, and we need to have a hashtag of the hashtag of the status quo must fall, so that we complete. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Hilary, and then I see that Terry wants to chime in.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Wakili. Dr.
Subject to us hearing from CJ Mutunga, I just wanted to say quickly to Advocate Ndegwa three things. Number one, the problem with the lawyers who are focused on the black letter law is that they get lost. This is bigger than black letter law. This is bigger than litigation. We are on the streets already, and it is already bloody. We have counted about 50 bodies that Ruto has piled up. So talking of blood is a red herring because we already have blood on the street. Our people have already been killed. But more fundamentally, and I want you to think broadly, I want you to think outside the box. We are squarely within the Constitution. Article 1 is part of the Constitution. How can anybody say that power being exercised by the people under Article 1 is extra constitutional, is outside the Constitution? Yet that is the first article you read. Why should you go to the other articles and you leave the first one that gives you power? That's number two. Number three, impeachment is a non-starter. It's actually a big joke. Anybody who mentions impeachment and mentions it seriously may not know what they're talking about or what they're doing. This about and his brother from the guy from Kiambu. That's it. And yet we have crooks all over. And then you're talking about impeaching a president. You're impeaching a president who controls the entire parliament and now controls the so-called opposition also. Didn't he just parade all of them yesterday? That's the entire parliament he paraded yesterday. You're talking about the people whom basically mutilated the conflict of interest law. And they all voted as a block, 25 of them, with no senator voting no. Even the ones that are purporting now to be with the people did not even dare attend to cast their votes and say no. All of them voted unanimously. These are the people you say can impeach a president? My friend, let us not grieving, and then we bring them this. This would be to castrate the revolution. This would be to make it useless, to give people hope which is completely empty. It would be to divert our energies and anger into nothing. It's almost like the people who are telling us, let's sue Ruto. Sue him where? How? And how are you going to enforce the court orders? Because the court orders must be enforced by the police. So how would you get Ruto out of State House with the police that he controls? Please, let us think strategically. Let us not think like people who just went to law school to study black letter law and do not have the common sense to come out of it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maj, as you come in, thank you so much. I see Tony Gachoka carries on, but I want to give Neto. Then Tony Gachoka, you can also submit yours. Neto, then Tony Gachoka. I know you are the guest, but Neto, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Hilary.
But also, Mheshimiwa, as you
Is
come
it
in,
me?
we want to remind everybody that let us have socialize. It means that let us follow each other as possible, so that when we have all these spaces, you're aware of what is happening.
Hello, Maj.
Mheshimiwa, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sorry, just a moment. Kibato, I can hear you. Probably you cannot hear people. Neto is speaking in a moment. If you cannot hear him speak, then please leave the space and come back. We'll add you to the mic. Over to you, Neto. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Maj. Thank you, Hilary. I'll try to use my 2 minutes. I'm here not to ask questions, but to support my friends, Dr. Miguna, and also Dr. Willie Mutunga, my very good friends. I will rearrange my understand is that constitutions need to be read in a continuum. Because if you look at the provisions of Article 146 of the Constitution of Kenya, resigned on the provisions of Article 146. So there's nothing extra constitutional about that. I agree with Dr. Miguna to the extent that an impeachment process is dead on arrival. So let's not even think about it. But there's nothing wrong with what Kenyans are doing right now, the protests, the pickets, to the extent that we succeed in getting President Ruto out of office within the provisions of Article 146 of the Constitution. That's very constitutional. The second thing I'd like to say, which is going to be my first point, was that I think there is the call for dialogue by Raila Odinga, I think was wrong-founded. Wrong-founded because as I listened to Dr. Tony Gachoka historicize the movement, as well as Dr. Miguna and Dr. Willie, you know, all the things we're asking President William Ruto to do, some of them are within the provisions of Article 73 of the Constitution. It talks about accountability of leadership, talks about competence, it talks about integrity. That's all there. So what we're asking William Ruto and his deputy to do is to stick to the provisions of constitutionalism and the rule of law. And you know, broadly speaking, constitutionalism is the fact that just do things as per what the Constitution is asking you to do. That's number one. But number two, let the rules apply across board for everyone else, so that it is not that for some people it's not clear. The third thing that I wanted
And
to say,
Neto, maybe just to emphasize on what Daktari was saying, I think it is so clear that with the kind of legislators that we have, it will be a waste of time. You were, even when the demonstration was about to get to parliament, they were in there forcing to ensure that because of time they passed that bill. They did. They ran into the tunnels so that they can hide themselves. The next day, when the president rejected the bill, on his or they were behind him clapping. So really, that is not a house of honor. There is nothing that you can take there and it can be passed. The same way that Daktari is asking, do we really have an opposition? These people were yesterday lined, both parties, ODM and Kenya Kwanza. They are the majority in parliament. They make like 99% of the representation. So where will you take this impeachment motion to? It is just an issue of common sense, if you ask me as well.
Thank you very much. And I agreed completely with Dr. Miguna, and I said that an impeachment motion is a non-starter. However, I said a constitution is ready in its continuum. And if you look at Article 146 of the Constitution of Kenya, it provides for a president's resignation. And what we are doing is very constitutional to get President Ruto out of office. There is nothing unconstitutional in picketing to the extent that the president gets out of office. I'm not asking about an impeachment motion. So I think that's what I wanted you to understand. So two things before my minutes then run out is two things I'd like to clarify. There have also been calls by Kenyans that there needs to be like something, a dissolution of parliament. If you look at the provisions of Article 102 of the Constitution right now, it does not anticipate a dissolution of parliament. So one of the things we must do is to succeed in getting President Ruto out of power. The other reason why I was opposed to Raila's call for dialogue is that when President Ruto agreed
Please proceed. I know there's a reason why.
by the Gen Zs for President Ruto to constitute a dialogue phase, because what the Gen Zs were asking for the president is to play by the constitution by sacking the corrupt ministers, sacking the people who are incompetent, and that is very clear. There's nothing that you need dialogue about. And if you see, look at the TGRC report, look at the Ndungu report, look at the Waki report, look at the post-election violence report, Agenda 1, Agenda 2, and 3. So Kenya is replete with reports that just need to be implemented. So for Raila Odinga to request us to go for another dialogue session is to make sure he's misusing us like he's always misused people previously. And you must understand one thing with Raila Odinga is that he always wants to disrupt things. If he's not at the center of those activities, then he also wants to disrupt them. So I really think that in this particular instance, we cannot allow him to disrupt us. The third thing I wanted to say is the issue of public debt and an audit of the public debt. The reason why you might have seen Raila and his friends come out in the open is because you remember Raila being part of Uhuru's handshake. All in the same corner. So what would I request of us to do in the next couple of weeks? Number one, I think we need to focus the revolution. We need to focus the revolution and Gen Zs did a good job by starting the revolution, but I really think that right now we need all hands on deck. We've been on this particular call with all these veterans, CJ Willie, Dr. Muguna, who started these calls earlier on. next weeks of IB is what we deserve. In terms of who then becomes on board. So I think even though we might be disadvantaged in terms of where we start, we are going to be all good. The last one, the call for must go. Because part of what is going on in the streets is that people are wondering that if you let President Ruto alone, how then does Gachagua become president? Which is even more horrendous than the current president. So I really think that clarity call should be for both of them. Of course, Ruto must go.
Tony, you're next. Thanks for your submission.
Important than courage. We would not have got the finance bill retracted had people not risked their lives and marched. We would not have the IBC panel now appointed had there been no these protests and this sacrifice of so many Kenyans, because even the NADCO report was not able to give birth to that. And I want to remind Kenyans what he must go. And he had all the security and everything there, but nobody was holding back Uhuru Park. I want to associate myself with what Miguna had said earlier. I think this country has not reached the point of critical mass. We are so many of us that would have believed would have got it into parliament. Who would have believed that Ruto can refuse to sign the
I'm not a lawyer. That's why I need people like Dr. Miguna to come in and really tell us what is the, I mean, right now, where are we with the rejected? What is the constitution? The law becomes effective. So where are we right now? And what can we do to salvage that particular law? And not really salvage, but just completely eradicate it. The other thing I also need to get from the legal minds is the aspect of, I mean, not really the aspect, but where are we with the real data of the people who are killed. I've tried to put my team in the field to get some more data, also more clarification, but they are getting a lot of pushback. Dr. Tony, I'm really having a very serious issue with getting the data from the hospitals, the data from the police. So up to now, even the 41 gallant members of the Gen Z who were killed, we don't really have a clear data and what really killed them, because what we also need when we are writing even articles, we really need to get facts right. So I'm still really having a very difficult time getting those data, getting the post-mortem, and up to now. So we are really having a very terrible situation down there. What can we really do to ensure we get this data, we get this information, and probably even file suits to ensure that these people have been brought to book? And then the other thing, when President Ruto is telling our Gen Z or our millennial or people like X, people older, old like us, what are we really going to do to ensure these people, especially the policemen, are brought to book? Why does he talk of dialogue? Why does Raila Amolo Odinga talk of dialogue while our people from our community in Kisumu down there, over 75 people were killed, and they were being pulled from their houses, from their huts, being clobbered to death, but nothing has actually been done. From their houses, they are being forced to abandon their just cause. I'm really having a lot of pain. And to finish up my 2 minutes, I'm still having a lot of pain. Abduction. Well, our media house, through a friend of ours from the airport, gave us the information. We didn't fear. We wrote those articles. So if you've got any information which deems to better the lives of Kenyans, send it our way so that we can publish it. If you have got good information, we can even interview you. If it's not on Twitter, if it's on YouTube or wherever situation you want us to publish your information, please bring it forward so that we can publish that information. So I really need some clarification from CJ Emeritus, Dr. Mutunga, or Dr. Miguna, or Dr. Tony. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, KDR TV News. We go to Esperance and then Kenya.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. So I'm just wondering, I have a couple of questions. The first one is, at what point do we declare these disappearances, abductions, these murders, crimes against humanity? Because these numbers are rising. The government seems to have some form of false sense of immunity, which is very sad. At what point do we declare them crimes against humanity, and how then do we act? Justice post 2010 constitution, where did we lose it as a country? In that one, is the judiciary independent when it comes to draft? We've seen when this Kenya Kwanza government came in, we just saw cases being dropped one after the other in a very sequential manner. Number two, the issue of, I had him mention the issue of cattle rustling why are we glorifying robbery with violence in the name of cattle rustling? And is it something that cannot be stopped, or there's more to it than meets the eye? The third one, the ESCC, IPOA, and all these, are they toothless dogs? If that's the case, then how do we then handle them? Should we do away with them if we cannot fight corruption? The third question, the gift of public participation. Is it just a gift on paper, or do we have M&E tools to put checks and balances on it? Because we are in this situation. What triggered us to this situation is the people we elected failed to involve the public in public participation. So we went to the streets. And then I'll just, this is my suggestion. Can we break the system one department at a time, so that, you know, when uprooting one, say when we picked Nakumincha, can we ensure she's gone? Then Ababu, because like right now Ababu's, there are questions on the people he's carried to Paris. We'd want to know, can we have it clear how many people have gone to Paris and at what expense to the taxpayers' money, so that when we are pushing these agendas, you know, tunafinya, we inject until somebody goes. And then the person who asked, I think KDR TV News, not give us that data. I think that is on their social sites, because
Guest speakers can then chime in. Kenya, your question, please.
My question concerns all the 742 interns whose contract was terminated for participating in the strike that was happening. So how can that be addressed legally? So that goes to Miguna as well as the CJ.
Thank you. So, Dr. Miguna, please take the mic. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to express my condolences to the family of David Majanja, the judge, who I have just seen breaking news just collapsed and died today in Nairobi. Majanja is one of those very good judges in the judiciary. Unfortunately, he has died suddenly. I don't know of what cause. The second thing I would like to say is that NATO gave a very good points. That for those who are picking up the points and digesting them and using them to inspire, those are very, very, very good points. Now I will go to Mweri's statement, the gentleman who spoke, that Duncan Onsongo was also found in a mortuary in Nairobi, having been tortured, killed, and then his body dumped. I believe most of them were killed during Uhuru and Ruto's regime of people that were protesting, and they dumped their bodies there. And Remember, in Kenya, postmortem reports are being produced by the same government that is killing people. They can forge them. They can try to minimize the number of deaths. They can mislead. They can give us wrong information. If anyone died during the protests mysteriously of gunshot wounds or even of blunt objects, then we know that these people were killed by the police. Nobody was going around, or a gang was not going around killing people all over town and all over the country. We know for a fact that the organized killing was done by the police of Kenya. I personally would be suspicious if the numbers are not in their 70s, but we can only go with the official numbers, and there are two organizations that are responsible: Kenya National Commission for Human Rights and the Human Rights Defenders. These are two organizations in Kenya that have proven to be reputable. I'm not sure what the other question was. I want to comment on one thing. When people say Ruto must go, they mean the entire government of Ruto. They don't mean that they are leaving Gachagua out. But you know, political protests, propaganda, and strategy and tactics dictate that you need one message that is catchy, that has caught fire, and you don't want to dilute it. So Ruto must go is the chance. Dilute it with anybody else. I think I suspect that the ones who are calling for impeachment may want Gachagua to take over. That's why one of the reasons I'm very opposed to impeachment, apart from the fact that it's a non-starter, anything that is going to allow any one of these organized mafia to succeed one another must be opposed violently. I drop the mic.
Thank you so much.
Marge, as you take the calls, we have 29 minutes to go. So it is good to people to keep that. I think we've been here more than 3 hours, so we had them 30 minutes. That should be okay.
So, yeah, there was still more questions, but that's okay. Sir John, and then Be Real.
Marge,
Yes,
can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. I'll text him and tell him that he's not hearing me. But anyway, he cannot drop because he's the host. If he drops, the whole space drops. Let's go by Sir John and then Be Real. And then Yaraduen in that order.
Yeah, so thank you and good evening. I hope I'm clear. I just wanted to pass a message to my fellow Gen Zs that we should focus on our mission to occupy State House. Yeah, I believe State House is just like an apartment, and we are the people. Ruto is just like a tenant, and anytime if you want to access our property, we should have our
Influence. So he went out there. and just set a space, 30 minutes after hours. So more of just to try diverting, listeners either directly or if it becomes too obvious through paid influences. That's really sad out there. But anyway, that's the situation we will.
Marge, you can just call him out. We know who he is. I think it is just good we call him out so that people are in a position to know that person. Because actually, if you listen to his spaces each and every
Oh,
month,
Margie dropped. What's happening? Okay, who's going next?
Hillary, we can hear you.
Kingston, are you talking?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, is there somebody talking? Because
What's happening with them?
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, the co-host that dropped. My bosses are here. Thank you so much to the guest speakers. Mine is going to be long. Now, I will echo what Esperance said about at what point do we declare these abductions as crimes. And my point would be, whenever we go for picketing, then the police will come and clobber us. They beat us, others shoot us, and that's why we are talking about deaths. And their excuse is we are destroying properties and businesses. The last I checked, we are not responsible for the protection of people's businesses and properties. That is a mandate given to the government. Now, my question is to the guest speaker, and I really wanted Emeritus to be here, so he guides me without too much English and too many English. When I say too many English, I mean semantics. We are all Kenyans and we know. Last time, Daktari, my friend, you told us we need to take photos or videos. Maybe you need to check on Faith Odhiambo's page so you can see her frustrations with the photos and the videos that we share. Now, I am not a lawyer, but there's this part of self-defense. You also carry our weapon to beat these policemen because they say we are stealing. They are the same people who are on camera stealing. Now, at what point do we now self-defense, and how can we self-defend? Minus telling us the videos and the photos because they are so not helping. Look at Faith Odhiambo's page, you will see self-defense. Thank you.
Thanks. Hillary, can you now hear me?
I can hear very well, Marge.
So anytime I say something critical, I'm always dropped. Hello, NSI. Yes, keep dropping me. The point I was saying is this one. Yeah, it cannot be that when a senior citizen wants to hold a space, we are in a democratic space. Then directly the other day, it was through the presidential press conference, that they tried to divert the viewers. Now, and I am really using the word allegedly here. I'm not mentioning names, but we had. He was even say, "What are you talking about? Why are you complaining?" So really, it still hasn't come out to say to be really behind the move. Yes.
Let us not talk like we feel. anybody. And if you want name people, just like I do, how come they have not taken me to court? What do you guys fear? Don't fear this tags. Call them tags and apologize.
Thank you, Dr. We are still training. Thank you, Dr. We are still training.
Want you to carry weapons because they have monopoly over violence. They have a license to kill. Arrest these people and tie them up.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you. Did you say Kenyan lady? Sorry.
Yes. Please go, and then Kenya will go after you. Yeah.
Okay. Postpone, whatever the amount we have borrowed, we cannot say, hey, hatutalipa hizi pesa. What can we do? So this is what that's one of my questions. And then the second question for me is that we have a lot of corruption, and that's the reason why we have not been able to foot this bill. And majority of this bill is actually arguable that we had paid and whatnot, but I don't want to go to that. So when it comes to the looting, just like we have witnessed a Ministry of Health working parallel to the main Ministry of Health, for lack of better word, what Hanifa has been doing for for the people that have died, may God rest their souls, is like a ministry, a totally separate ministry, while we have the mainstream ministry that's supposed to be doing this, compensating the people that have died, following up with their funerals and consoling with them. It has not happened, but we have seen from the contributions of Mwananchi, everything has been watched. Of Mwananchi, everything has been watched. So many whistleblowers out there, but they are not able. We are not able to reach to that information. If we can have maybe attack ministries, they want to tell us, they want to tell the public, this is how this money was stolen, this is how this went, this is how this went, but they don't know, they don't have a way in which they can air those grievances. Like for instance, Rais alitumia 200 million, 2.4 million per hour to hire a private jet from taxpayers' money to come to the US. We know there are people who have those documents, the legitimate documents, but we know we are not able to fight that. How about we can have an anonymous depository of those documents where they can be received and reviewed by attorneys, and then from then we can see how we will recover our money, because we need to recover the loot. Again, I'm speaking to the fact that we cannot just say, hey, we don't have a bill. We borrowed this money and Kenyans have to foot it. But how do we do it? We have to recover that money from those people who've been stealing. Watu wenye wana, waving 20 million in Harambes. We need to actually be able to know how to get that money back so that it can be paid back. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mkenya. Sorry, a Kenyan lady. There's a Kenyan lady and then there's Mkenya. Kenya, go. Please take a minute to just finalize. Mkenya, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I've been now told that the sound that was confusing me was a token sound. Yeah, back to you.
Hey, Maj, jalipia token ya Germany. Okay, straight to it. I just wanted to tell this the message to Gen Zs who are here. I want to tell them one thing: we are on the right track. And when I'm saying this, is it's 3.5% on the right track. I want to tell, I've listened to this conversation and I want to tell all Gen Zs, the thing now they can do to us is self-fear. They've done that and we are not supposed to buy it. That's the most they can do at this point. They've run out of options. And the moment, don't wake up and wait from Kenya Daima to tell you to be out there. It is your presence that will bring the change. That is what I want you to understand. Your value, it doesn't have to come from an influencer telling you to be out there. Don't wait for Maj. Don't wait for Miguna. Don't wait for Kimuzi. Don't wait for Anifa to tell you to be out there. I want you to be out there. because your presence is changed. That is what I want every your presence is the change. Thank you. That's all I had to tell my fellow Gen Zs.
Thank you so much for that. Dr. Ari, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, Maj, I want to emphasize there are protests tomorrow. Let us not focus on the 16th. There is one tomorrow. They have been trying to divert people's attention from tomorrow. The 16th is meant as a red herring to divert attention from tomorrow. You can still have protests on the 16th. You can have protests every day, but there is one that was organized for tomorrow. But I think there are people who are pushing it off and trying to postpone it. Kenyans believe that if I take debts illegally, Kenya or for not responsible for debts that were books because the IMF and the World Bank and our crooks in Nairobi have conspired to continue stealing from the country. Directly by telling Ruto, we forced stolen. Let him go ahead and do that. They have stolen enough. Let us say enough.
Allow me to.
He was supposed to come back. He was looking at the constitution and he wanted to come back and answer some questions.
Yes, I cannot see him on the mic. Kindly check with him and then I add him so that he can answer. Yeah, I can't see him on the mic, on the request panel. Yeah. So now Enoch and then Ahmed and then 6,000, 2 minutes each.
Okay, I'm counting my time. I think it is clear, and we are making a statement to all African readers, not only Kenya, that as young generation, we have gone to school, we are learned, we know what we want. We want good leadership. We are where we are because of the bad leadership we have been experiencing before, and they are this young generation could be having jobs, so they can focus on their jobs and not these demonstrations. It's because their leadership has failed. Want them to be involved with us. What we want is change. All of them must go. Another thing is, I really don't know. I saw there are some prominent guys here. I wanted to ask something. What happened to Konza City? What happened to Tatu City? I think like Konza City was supposed to start in the year, I don't know, 2011, 12, 13. What happened to that? All these beautiful projects that really come to Kenya, what happens to them? Why can't we see some developments that as young generation we can say like, yes, we are proud, this is our country? Why are we not talking of new airports in Kenya? Why are we not talking of subway stations in Kenya? Why are you telling me that I have to visit Dubai to experience the first class I don't know, development, how it feels like? Those are the things we want to experience them here in Kenya. We have the resources, we have the capacities. It's only that we have bad leadership. I just want that question of corruption, how we can tackle corruption in a better way. Number two, we have an issue of pending bills. I understand and
that we
okay.
discussed that intensively, Enoch. We discussed the pending bills, but please do land in 1 minute. I'll share with you. We really discussed it intensively. Please do in 1 minute, and kindly let's try to stick to the topic. No dialogue, no retreat, no surrender. Yes. Back to you, Enoch. Yeah.
Yes.
I cannot hear you. I hope I did not distort your thoughts so much. Sorry. Yeah.
The train has already left. We are not boarding. We are not stopping. We are moving. No surrender. We are moving forward, and that's what we want change in this country of ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Enoch. I'll send you details, or maybe if you check the recording, you'll find detailed information about the bills you're discussing. So, Hilary, who was next? I think Abdi, Ahmed, and then 6,000. Abdi, 2 minutes each.
But I thought we were coming to a close anyway.
Yes, we are. Okay, fine.
No, it's okay. I mean, let them speak. Let them speak.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Let's have
Thank
those
you.
on the panel. Okay, those speak, and then Dr. will close. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Maj and Dr. and Hilary and everybody. Mine is just quick. It will be less than a minute. My take is we all ended up here because of lack of public participation and the government that did not want to listen. Gen Z has shown a remarkable unity and focus. How can we ensure they continue to avoid division along tribal line or political line and maintain their momentum in building a new Kenya? And that leads to my other question is what strategies can be used to protect Gen Z from being fractured by politics and ensure it remains unified and progressive force and to reduce their vulnerability to political manipulation? Thank you. And I think Alhaji Mutunga talked about that in the beginning, and I'll still get back to the question back to him and for those few questions and remarks. Thank you.
Thanks. 1 minute to Ahmed and 6,000, and hopefully by that time, as we close, Dr. Miguna would have gotten us back Dr. Mutunga to also close. Minute each.
All right. And the people are us, not any other person who is in their imagination. And number two is that when we say the sovereignty belongs to the people, is that this sovereignty is the sovereignty. Sovereignty means here a right to determine self-determination, how we want to be ruled and whom we want to rule us. as long as it is within the constitution, we have the power. And in this protest, is yes, within the constitution. Article 37 was not just put there out of nowhere. It was put there out of necessity, out of situation that we faced before. And therefore, no one should say tell us anything that there are laws that stop us from doing any other thing. Then number two is that this is our generation issue. Happens and how we want to ensure that happens. And the only mission here is one, constitutionalism, two, he stands for on the hangovers of the Kanu.
Town by 9 a.m. so that he addresses the nation while maandamano are started. Angetoka hapo kama amefuta cabinet. Jua, these people are not joking and they don't want to negotiate.
The youth have the staying power. So kudos, Daktari, for that foresight. So my question here is, get the soft underbelly that has characterized what is normalized as the vice in the current political.
That there was no greater army, more armed to the teeth than the Boers of South Africa. They had tanks on the street, they had machine guns, and even did the Soweto massacre where they murdered children en masse. By the end of the uprising in South Africa, they were running to remove Mandela from jail, forcing him to leave so that he can bring some order in South Africa. I want to give hope to this nation. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., only when it's dark enough can you see the stars. I also want to take this opportunity because of time to thank Hilary and Marge and all of you by hosting this space, because I tell you, age to become where we are now. Where we are is where the people, so that one day we can say we are free at last, and thank God Almighty, we are free at last. With those very many words, I want are in their millions. We will have more than 17 to 20 million votes by the time we reach 2027. Ruto will go, and
seeking to can't deliver, the right judgment. There could be a debate around that. Let's flag that issue, as an issue of strategy. But fundamentally, I agree that what is happening is actually a political movement that even if it's going to use the legal path to say thank you very much, and we keep talking.
This struggle does not belong to one generation. I have been on this already, and I think we should make this clear every time. This is the struggle of our ancestors as much as it is our struggle and the struggle of the Gen Zs and also the millennials. Because what our ancestors and our grandparents fought have to be vested to get that. We don't have all the freedoms that we assert we have in the Bill. Based on the struggles of the people who are long gone. Each generation stands on the shoulders for protests. As I have seen, Nairobi, let's make it organic. We achieve our goals. I wanted to say committed aided suicide. That kind of language is dangerous. These people did not go to the street to die. Rex did not want to die. Um, Den- Denzel did not. in response to my friend CJ. CJ, I actually believe that going to court is not a good strategy because it attempts to validate something that doesn't need to be validated. Right. The court simply affirmed the rights. So if somebody is going to court for the affirmation, no problem. But we should not make anybody think that if the court does not affirm it, therefore the right does not exist. Because the danger is, if you go to court saying, we have the right under Article 1 to exercise our sovereignty, directly. What if the court says no? Let's should be controlled by anyone, including the ones that are spreading posters saying demonstrations can only happen on this day or that day, or between these hours and these hours. And that no, have a good day, have a good afternoon. For those who are where it is morning, have a good morning. Let us continue the struggle. A luta continua. Viva.
Thank you so much, General, and thanks everyone also for listening. And so now, Hillary, come on and